Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be indeed continuing the Mountain Kila Hunt and the Galarian Darumaka. Is there as well? We'll be doing that indeed. Let's see, how many can we get done today? Probably nice and decent amount in. Thanks for the good lucks. Hope the hunt for the Pikachu goes well then. Are you hunting it on random encounters? Or what are you doing for the Pikachu? Hello, how are you doing? There we go. Oh, I'm gonna check. You should be there again. Yeah. Yes. Getting the first encounters is always a pain. There we go. Thanks. I'd like to today see a decent amount of stone journers. Very nice indeed. Oh nice, Twitches have issues already. Oh yeah, I did look at the team that I did use to defeat the Elite Four on the Ultramoon. And it was first the Frostolas, Palos, and Mimikyu. Hauncher of all things. Then there was also a dude that I'm not remembering the name of, that is Marowak. Thank you. Yeah. It's definitely an interesting team. And never be going for an optimal one. Just gonna be having fun and using some Pokemons. Yeah, and then then there was the interesting way that I did do the SOS encounters. That my team was indeed like a phantom with skill swap for harvest, and I had a Delmice with a Levelberry. And then I did have, I think for the phantom I did have the heal blocking one. I just couldn't be bothering with things. Oh, hello. Already? Nice seeing you here. Unfortunately, I've caught one of you at some point, so you're not gonna be boosted. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself. Nothing too bad going on today. I'm surprised that not everything is like broken today for me, and I'm not feeling too sleepy. Because last night we decided that it's time to be cleaning our bed like very good. Like take it apart and like really clean under it and everything like that. You know, it's not the easiest thing to be doing. The biggest problem is the like the middle part of each, which is I guess like a second mattress. We have the mattress that we sleep on, that there is like a bigger one between that and the frame. It's just a pain because it's a one like big one in one part. I guess the bed frame is in two parts, which is nice. It will be making it a lot easier to be going to be moving out of here when we move out. But it wasn't too bad. We like needed to be going to the store to be buying those like I don't know what to really call them, but those like little pads that you can put underneath the legs to be like protecting floors and stuff, because for whatever reason the ones that were there, they weren't working too well. The part of the problem is that like the floor is like little too soft for the bed, but there is like literally nothing that we can do about it. Surprise, surprise, we can't be just changing the floor. And I guess even if we could, we don't have probably a right to be doing so in here. Even though I will say that at the same time, for us specifically on like where the bedroom is, it is kind of the safest to be doing it, because we can be going to like neighbor's place. But then again, there is like a storage there that was a gold storage, but that were removed because they didn't really say it, but we're assuming that they did it because of they wanted to be like not wasting electricity on it, which is, you know, fair enough. And I will say one thing that I have never ever used a cold storage when I have been living in apartment buildings. I've never ever. And literally we have been there only one time since we have been living here. And it was just to be checking out what it's like. After that we have never ever gone there. Because we just don't need to be using it for anything. I kind of get it why it is in this specific house, because it is indeed quite old. So that's probably a reason why that they probably were more useful back in the day. And not really anymore, because, you know, probably our freezers and whatever are better now. Yes, I don't know how like used they were back in the day. It is kind of crazy to think about that. This building on its own is like... I think 60 years old? I don't remember exactly, but it's just super duper old. I don't think it's quite 70, it's like somewhere in between. I'm pretty sure how old this building is. I don't always be looking at one. When was this place built? I will say one thing that it's doing surprisingly well, even though of course there has been like renovations and stuff like in between, but you know, still like at some point an old house, it just can't keep up. We're like completely renovating each, and you can't really do that in this specific place. I've talked about it before because we have the flying squirrels that are like in the nearby hill. So they are gonna be causing a problem that we can't really disturb them, but at the same time this should be lowered down to the street level. Because of like how things are nowadays. It's interesting. I will still say that one thing that I absolutely hate in this place is that, because of course we know the thing, that there is like, in some walls there is like a metal sheet between the walls, so you know, you can't really be like drilling too far. But every single time that someone like moves in or wants for whatever reason for the fourth time in the week wants to be changing things around, jeez, is it annoying to be hearing. And like they try for like usually like 10 minutes straight, and then like something breaks because of course like regular drills, they are not gonna be drilling through the metal sheet that is in the wall. It is a little shame that we can't really put anything to the walls, but we can live without it. Because like sure, like we can like use a nail to be putting the clocks to the walls, for example, that's not an issue. But if you would like to be having a shelf, might be a problem. But I will say that I personally have never really liked to be using like shelves like that. I don't know, I'd rather be having like a bookcase or a bookcase. Is it a bookcase? Whatever, like something like that is standing from the floor. Whatever it shall be. Yeah, I understand like the idea for like shelves. I like completely understand it, but I just would personally be preferring like bookcases, whatever my things. It could be partially because I'm so used to living in apartment buildings, and in my opinion it's always a pain to be trying to be putting shelves to the walls. because every place works so differently. We never really had, when I was living with my mom, we never really had any tools. So it was always a struggle. And I absolutely hated it. And yeah, I will say that sometimes I will say that I don't understand why, like, some shelves they need to be put into the wall with so many things. It's insane. Like, I get it for like that, you know, it's not gonna be falling out, and you know it can be staying in there without falling because there's too much weight on it. But it's just like so many. Because the funny thing is that we actually were trying to be drilling to the wall so we could be having like shelves on top of our computers, whatever, you know, tables. But indeed, we couldn't be drilling through the wall. So what we did do instead is to be buying two of those like two of those things that you can be putting your monitor in whatever way you want to. And use those as like supports. You know, holding very well. And then for my boyfriend, we have two like IKEA, like those like apple crates. And then like just basically a very cheap like plank in between those two. You know, they work. And it's actually a little bit better this way that they are not stuck to the wall, because like most of my consoles, for example, are on the shelf. And you know, usually if you want to be safe, you need to be having the shelf attached to the wall completely. Not by like having a little gap between so wires can be going through and stuff like that. I see that Twitch is having a good day today. Because I like to watch my like preview on Twitch as well, just to be sure. That's the easiest way for me to know that. Internet issue sort of thing. The preview has been crashing already 2 times. What? Doopy, what a doopy. I'm struggling to Come on. Up you. I'm struggling to remember how the PC works in Ultramoon. I think it works by the select box I have there. I think it works like that. And remember too well, but I think that is how it works. Cause I will say that I always be hating when Pokemon games be changing how the PC works. Especially since because like the PC system it usually, like, especially nowadays, it works on, like, based on what box you have selected, and then it goes to there. As since I'm so used to it, when games do something different, it annoys me. EDSB, I think, is for me the one that I dislike it on the most. I know it's the case in Legends Arceus as well, but I guess because I view the game to be so different that I don't mind it. Like, instead of them to being instead of them to being a like boxes, they are pastures, and I'm thinking that maybe they are like, you know, they are old things, so, you know, they don't have the technology to be working well. And I don't know, now that I think about it, I think in Legends Arceus it could be also be like working quite well that if we would be having like not anything to be in pastures, it would just be like here is certain amount of space you have. It would, in my opinion, work in there. Kind of like the view that you can change in Pokemon Home. Kind of like that. I of course understand that they wanted to be looking the same as everything else. Understandable, you know. But I think just like a big PC storage or pasture storage would have been working. And would have been making quite a good amount of sense as well in there. So I don't know. Running into a lot of these visible ones today. But thankfully it doesn't really matter. Hello, Sneasel. Oh yeah, one hunt that I've been seeing a lot to be done lately, which makes sense, but it's kind of odd, is the Celebi hunt. Because I know for some people it is because, you know, they want to be getting it before, you know, you can't be transferring it anymore. Which, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. It's just so strange because the way that I kind of saw it was that everyone already hunted it. Because like it was such a popular hunt to be doing when it was like first available. Again, like fair enough, it's a hunt that you could be doing now. It's just interesting. I mean, of course, there's gonna be always the hunts that like someone is doing, like at some point, you know. But it's just interesting. But yeah, I don't really know when I would be personally doing it. Probably will be doing at some point. Probably will be doing it at some point myself as well. It's one of those ones that is a hunt that I have interested in. Another like weird chain 2 hunt that I also want to be doing is getting a chart in that game. Just because, you know, why not to be having the interesting colored one, you know. And I think I have mentioned it already, but Sneasel is also one of those. One of those ones. What are other like strange ones that I would like to do on Shenshu? I don't know. Even though I already have one, but I'm kind of weirdly thinking Smeargle. Because it's quite hard to be getting, and I wouldn't be minding the face on it as well, you know. Unknown is another hunt that I will be tackling at some point. As I have said it sometime that I think on PDSB specifically is, you know, one of those hunts that I can be doing alongside of the like legendary hunts, maybe. I have a few other hunts in mind that I really want to be doing as well. Well, we shall see. As I said, let's try to be getting some other ones done first, and then we'll see. Try to be clearing, you know, the table. all the things that I have started but yet to be completed. I don't need to fully complete it, but I would like to be getting like phase or maybe 2. So I like to be taking breaks from the hunts. But I do always be appreciating those people that are really stuck on the one hunt until they get what they want. I don't know, I just want to be getting something else because, you know, as I mentioned before, I think I will be getting bored of me doing the same hunts too much. But each to their own. I don't really know. Also kind of interesting to doing the Chen 2 unknown hunts. The 2 that are possible. Because they're interesting. The possibility to be facing is unlikely on that. But you never know. You never know. Yeah, I think on Chen 3, as I said, the like weird hunt that I want to be doing is Chansey on the Safari Zone. I feel like it's kind of like popular to be doing as a like a hunch, but why not? Jennifer, I don't really know about it, specifically Hargold and Social Over. Right now, don't have anything to be doing with the Shino games there. There's a thing that I probably want to be doing at some point though in there, and it's to be doing the funny thing, like I guess a TTQ. I was thinking that. Maybe one day, maybe one day. Gen 5, I honestly don't know anything about. Same with Gen 6. Again, currently don't have anything on there. Gen 7, I also don't really know. A second Poipole at some point for sure. Would like to say hello on Vulpix as well at some point. Already mentioned the weird one to be getting every single Oricorio form from their like own islands. Oh yeah, one hunt that I'm interested in doing is to be collecting every single Flabébé as well. And every single color. That's a weird one, for sure. I guess another like weird one is to be getting a shiny Minior in every color. You know, in Scarlet and Violet when you catch the shiny one, it still is having like a specific color attached to it. But I don't know. Maybe. I know that there is a thing for a Minior that you can be doing the counting method. I mean, I guess it works for any Pokemon, but I will say that I'm not too interested in that. Like doing a picnic reset and then be counting for things. I understand again like the appeal of it for something like, let's say, Minior or something that is like hard to be seeing, like if you would be counting every single one of them in an outbreak, then you can be like getting the boosted odds without like defeating absolutely everything. Understandable. Very understandable indeed. Yeah. On Gen 8 specifically, there's so many hunts that I will already have started some and some that I want to be doing at some point that are kind of odd. Not really odd, some of them are, but not every single one. Of course, the authentic Sinistchi, specifically 2 of them. You know, gotta be getting the evolution. Then there is, of course, the Darumaka and the Farfetch'd on the Galarian forums. There is the Apple in Appleton or Flapple in the 1-3 on Isle of Armor that I'm interested in as well. Melser is definitely one of the ones that I also want to be doing. Galarian Cursal is also one of them, but that I know for sure that is gonna be like at the hunt that I do on my own. For the very good reasoning that I usually do be playing Sword anyways. Shield is on stream basically just stuck in the Limwood. Hello, what are you doing? It's a bunch of hunts that I have in mind. Oh yeah, and technically it's on Gen 8 as well that I want to be doing the PDSP the 3 hunts. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. I mean, sometimes I'm lucky. But it's shiny hunting, it's... Do you roll the correct number or not? Well, yeah, I'm not that unlucky right now. I don't have a charm on either of the hunts. I mean, they both are overodds, but it's not that bad. Yeah. It is quite usual to be listening slash watching something while you're hunting. It's a quite common thing that people are doing. What are you hunting then? Oh, Registeel is nice. What method are you doing for the Pansage on X then? Have you used the Poke Radar in those games before? I have heard like Poke Radar in X and Y is in a bunch of people's mind annoying. Maybe one day the Unovan monkeys will be available in more Pokemon games. Like in the Encountable in the Wild. Yeah, that seems like a good plan. Is that then considered to be full odds or what? Because in PDSB, for example, if you use Pokeradar with zero chain, it's considered to be full odds. Yeah. I thought so, because in PDSB it works also that way. But you never know, it could be like straight away getting a boost. Well, good luck with the Unovan monkeys then. And of course the Registeel. Are you hunting all the Regis in the shield? Or are you just hunting like specific ones in there? As I know, at least at some point I will be doing Regidrago and Regieleki myself. I don't know about the other ones yet. Oh, nice progress on the Regis. Is there a specific reason why you want to be hunting Regis in EDSB? I know it's a pain to be hunting pretty much in any game, if you're single hunting it. But yeah, Regigigas hunting Sword and Shield, it's interesting. Yeah. Fair enough. It's just the thing is that I don't just hear people like too many times to be hunting like the legendaries in PDSB. They rather be hunting it in other games. Not just because the charm doesn't affect them, but also for the annoyance of the game to be like very slow resets. Yeah, I know, but it's just like some people don't just want to be hunting in PDSB specifically for anything because, or specifically for the ones that you need to be doing soft resets on if you can be doing them in other games. Which I say is fair enough because cheesy resets are annoying. But yeah, red cheese unfortunately on the Switch are one of the only ones that never will be affected by the charm, and you can hunt. Are you doing soft resets for the red cheese deal, or are you like completing the puzzle every single time? Oh, you're doing more than one time? Yeah. That's understandable. Or you're doing another hunt on the side? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I will say that I probably whenever I will be hunting the wretches is to be doing runaways because it might be the only hunt that I do. I'm not completely sure. But yeah, for me it's always with most of the Switch games that I rather be doing something else than resets because they take a while. Yeah, that's understandable. It is always good to be double checking with the soft reset ones. For example, I always be double checking when I'm doing like the strong spawns or the daily spawns in the Sword and Shield. Like I'm making sure that it's like at some point we'll be having a different gender. It's gonna be a little bit harder on the ones that don't have a gender, but not that bad. But yeah. It is interesting. At least I will say that there is nothing like too broken about the newer Pokemon games, considering that for whatever reason it's gonna be always the same Pokemon. I mean, I guess like one of the only things that I can think of on Switch that some people might forget, that if you're indeed doing the strong spawn checks, that you either need to be far enough away from it so you are not always gonna be loading the same one, or you need to be like saving where you're like at the spot that it spawns in. I personally be preferring like to be standing on the same spot, because it makes the resets a lot easier. I will say that the puzzles for the Regis in this game are interesting. And not that hard to be like doing, and that's nice. They are interesting. It is kind of unfortunate that it's like the only like kind of a puzzly element to the legendaries in these games. But hey, at least there is something. I understand that there isn't anything for Swords of Justice, because, you know... I guess for the reason being that the dudes... You need to be like finding the footprints for them, so, you know, makes sense in my mind that... why there would need to be another puzzle. What are you? I mean, I guess most of the returning legendaries, they are like found in the Dynamax adventures, so it's not that big of a deal. But I would be liking to be getting some sort of puzzle elements. Be catching at least some of the legendaries. It doesn't have to be all of them, just some of them. Because unfortunately nowadays it seems like it's gonna be just collect these things and you'll be finding a legendary, or it's just gonna be standing somewhere. Like, you know, I think in every Pokemon game there needs to be like few legendaries that are like harder to be found. Oh, Apus are a good option in Dynamax adventures. The only way to be getting the legitimate ones. Plus, of course, Solgaleo and Lunala. And the Zygarde. I think those are the only ones that are. If I'm not misremembering something. Is Necrozma as well? I don't remember. For some reason I'm thinking the Necrozma is huntable in somewhere else. I don't know why. But yeah, I'm currently working on in the Dynamax Adventures for Xerneas. Once I get that, then Zygarde. Then that's all the Gen 6 legendaries down there. Then most likely after that is indeed Solgaleo and Lunala. Yeah, Zygarde is an annoyance. You need to be having a nice path. And you need things to be smart as well. I'm gonna, by the way, encounter that Sneasel straight away when I get out of this one. Oh yes, I did have an off day on Monday. A very like unusual thing. We did do quite an unusual thing. Because it was like a special day for like certain like person a long time ago that I think is the main like dude in the Finnish poetry. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, it is the word that I'm looking for. That it was like the special day for that. And always like if it's a day like that, it's always assigned to like some like person that was like the main thing on it in here. But yeah, we were having like the special like tree that day that like it's assigned to that person. Not because he made it, but I think because like his wife or his mom like created it for him. Yeah. It's a little odd, little like thing. And the funny thing is that the next Tuesday, I think, is the next like special like treat day again. It's like so many in a short period of time. But yeah, it is one of those days indeed that in school there would be special things done that day. Or before that day. Which I'm still glad that I don't need to be doing. I said it before that it was basically the same thing every single year and it did get boring. Thankfully I haven't needed to be making those in years. I will say that for me personally, like the little like whatever my thing it was that I or we need to be doing for the Finnish whatever it is. Finnish poetry was indeed on Monday, for example, for that. They never really taught me the reason in school, like why we were doing it. Which was strange, like we need to be doing like big projects sometimes for it, and then it's like no one really ever explained why. Which is pretty strange because most of the people that we need to be doing those special projects where they were quite important. Even though it was a long time ago, but it's still like important nonetheless. Oh, we're closer than I thought. Snowburn. Oh, not Sneasel this time. Probably. In a short moment though, Sneasel will be checked. Maybe even a double Sneasel. Possibility. It's always a possibility. Well. Sandshrew. You're a strange little Pokemon. Especially thinking about your evolution. The Kenjo one. Specifically. It's just so strange to me because at least for me, both Sandshrew and Sandslash, they have like pretty similar like color scheme. Like nothing that crazy different, but shiny was just so drastically different. Depending on the game, I'm fine with Sandshrew. But I think in every single game I like Sandslash. Because it really depends on for Sandshrew. I don't mind the green myself, I just would be hoping that in every single game it would be like nice and bright. The Alola ones, both of them are kind of the same and I like them as well. It is still so surprising to me, like, how hard it is. Oh, thanks. How hard it is to be, like, seeing the difference in Scarlet and Violet, though, between a shiny and a regular Alola Senshu. It's odd. Oh. It's very odd to me. Because I still always be thinking that the icy shell also would be changing colors, but I guess it could be like the texture change then. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't mind hunting in Scarlet and Violet for, like, sometimes. There's hunts in there that I want to be getting done. But yeah, the stale change is very nice, or the metal change. It's not specifically the game's fault, though, that sometimes shinies don't look good. It's the light that game has. But the shinies themselves don't look too bad, like if you look them in the Pokédex. I mean that there's something that has always kind of looked bad, like Slowpoke, so... Gonna be changing that too much then. But as I said before, I do be understanding for people the appeal of shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet. It's not as grindy and it's more of a casual thing that you can be doing. You don't need to be going battling every single Pokemon. But then again, I will say that people have been making interesting challenges in Scarlet and Violet for shiny hunting. I'm even more interesting than in, like, previous games. Specifically, like, Mark ones. I talked about them a lot, but it's a cool thing. Yeah, because it's harder to be doing like bunch of challenges in like older Pokemon games because like you can be getting bored of each you know, not really getting anything. But yeah, in Scarlet and Wild or also Legends Arceus is... Both of them were very popular to be doing like interesting challenges in. Because, you know, it doesn't take too much time to be doing them, so, you know, easily be doing them. But yeah, I also do be preferring to be hunting in older games. But yeah, I don't know. For me, there really isn't too many things that I really want to be hunting, as I said on Scarlet and Violet. I already hunted the Future Paradox Pokemons. I have said that at some point I will be doing in the badge quest file, I'll be catching a shiny in each area. Because I have a decent amount of them already done. So I try to be getting shinies from different areas in that already. And possibly the past Paradox shinies. Completely sure. There is few hunts that indeed I want to be getting done. There's 2 hunts that I have started in that game that I haven't completed. And it's Cloth and Zorua. So the 2 hunts that I have yet to be completed. It's kind of a meme for me to be hunting on my own a shiny Medicho to be doing Masuda method with. I don't know if I actually will be doing that. Or maybe. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of the day and good luck with the hunts. And then there's also the birthday hunt that I want to be doing. In Violet specifically, because it's my main file that I use. I want to be doing that. Of course, for that I need to be waiting until it's my birthday. I know I can be changing the day, but nah. Doesn't feel right. I think it could be quite an interesting change instead of it only being a like hunt that you can be doing in your birthday. What if instead it would be a hunt that you can be doing every month on the same day that like your birthday days in the given month that it is in. Like for me, for example, on every single 29th I could be hunting. Does it mean that sometimes you can't be hunting every single month? Yeah, but it would still be like rare enough, but it's still like, I guess, more accessible like that. No. Snowvernice did see a lot of you yesterday. Really need to be seeing you a lot today, but if you show up then. Yeah. Oh, Mount Lanakila. A fun place. But I guess it's fair enough that I would be having be unlucky there because was the case that at one point I did get a Radacha randomly when I was trying to be looking for like so regular Pokemon. It is interesting though to me that how many times I will be finding like randomly something. I'm not even hunting, I'm just trying to be getting something else or just move from point A to point B. It's just like, why though? Always be taking my luck like that. Oh no, not a Sneasel. I don't think it would be too helpful to be catching a Sneasel. I don't think it'll be too necessary indeed. Won't be helping out that much. You would of course be getting it rid of to be in the recommended thingy. That's for sure, but don't know by how much it would be helping me with. Guess I could be checking if I can find something related to that quickly. I'll capture. Pokemon Sword. Pokédex. Recommendation. A new shiny method. So I wouldn't personally be calling it like shiny hunting method. Like, it's usually I like to use it on like things that like actually increase your chances. And not just increase the amount that you see. Thank you, article, not to be telling me how much. Jeez. Yeah, thank you, not be telling me that, like, how much it increases. I guess it differs from Pokemon to Pokemon, but at the same time, it just doesn't help to be for me to be getting like... It doesn't really help me. That how to change it, because I don't want to be changing it. There we go. Is it possible to complete Pokédex without trading? I mean, depends on the game. And do you consider, like, if you would be transferring Pokemons to Pokemon Home? Okay, I can't be fighting any, like... data on it. I just found like one reference to like one thing. One specific thing, you know. Doesn't really help. But of course it's, I guess, more likely that the higher the base chance for the Pokemon is, the less boost it will be getting. But then again, it's the only one. So I don't know. And I will still say that sometimes, even though it doesn't matter at all for the newer games, I would still hope that there would be a Pokemon calculator or encounter calculator for them. Because for example in Sword and Shield it still would be helpful. In my opinion. Even though I know that everything is the same level. Well, you know, still. I would be liking that. Yeah. The Pokédex recommended thing is definitely interesting. And thankfully you're going to be doing indeed a decent thing, because I just was thinking that if there would be an encounter calculator for Sword and Shield as well, I think they could be including the... both of the Pokédex recommended thing, as well as the Kari thing. I know that's like the Kari thing and, you know, Pokemons that are in the route you can be finding like online, but you know, sometimes it's nice and convenient when it's, you know, just available to you in like easy to be reading one place. And this, I think that could be like very good, especially to the wild areas and the weather thing. Because I will say those are sometimes so annoying to be reading. There's two main ways that I see sites to be doing that. Either they're listing every Pokemon there at once, as well as like their chances to be appearing when it's a certain weather, or they are doing it based on the weather, like in Sandstorm. Here is the list of Pokemon in there, and then Snowstorm. I would just kind of wish that there would still be an easier way to be seeing them. Because of course most sites, they will be different, I mean, in different ones depending on if it's Sword or Shield. But it can be getting sometimes very confusing. I don't really get it why sometimes there needs to be like a specifically new list for things if like the percentage doesn't change. Like, why can't you just be like having that this Pokemon slash this Pokemon and then like highlighting which game it is? Like, let's say that there is a 5% chance in this area for Sock slash 5% chance for Throw, and then specifically say in which game it is. Because I think that would be quite nice. I don't think it would be making things too complicated either. But yeah. As nice as like the encounter lists are online, but I don't know. I think they could be a lot better. I guess if you could like specifically select which version of the game you have, that would be also like quite nice and helpful already. And then it would be like getting rid of the other game completely. So you don't need to be caring about them. I wonder how interesting it would be to be using Repel on a game like Scarlet and Violet. Because, you know, usually it makes that you're not gonna be encountering Pokemons if you're higher level than them. Then, like, would it be in Scarlet and Violet that literally nothing spawns in? Or would it be instead of that the aggressive Pokemon, they don't care about you? Honestly, that wouldn't be too bad if that would be the way that the Repel would be working in that game. Yeah, like instead of doing it that nothing appears, but like nothing would be aggressive. No. Would definitely in some situations be nice. Or they're gonna be just adding a new item called Friend Spray. Uh, could be interesting, could be very interesting indeed. Yeah. Pokemon game, but there is no Pokemons. Because you use Repel on level 100 Pokemon. But then again, I think if, you know, you could be using Repel, say, in the Scarlet and Violet, that, you know, they would be going so quickly. Yes. You know, usually in Pokemon games, if you go, like, in straight lines, it's considered to be, you know, one step. But if you go anywhere in the middle of like two straight lines, it's considered to be two steps. I mean, at least it was the case in PDSP. Like, that was the thing that was recommended to be using if you are indeed be doing like hatching eggs, that you'll be going from corner to corner like that. Because it would be like indeed be counting as two steps, which makes sense, I guess. Not really like nowadays, especially if you're like holding it diagonally like that yourself. But like consider that the game was originally, or what it was based on, it was only working on a D-pad. So like for that it's fine making sense. We do be soon. We'll be getting a bunch of ones. Bunch of ones. Which means that a little bit over 1,200, or a little bit under actually, to be going until we hit 3 times the odds in the Mount Lanakila. It is indeed like that. As I said, it's gonna be like the last time that I did calculate it was gonna be taking 2 more like sessions. So not today, but tomorrow then. Because I will most likely be doing this tomorrow as well, as I said. It's why not? I mean, if I don't get on both games something. Unlikely, but a possibility nonetheless. What? There we go. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully we'll be able to find something indeed. But of course, whatever shall be the target would be the best one to be getting. Oh, the hunts are going well, indeed. And remember that any progress is progress at the end of the day. Always one step closer for encounter. Let's see, the ones Fortunately, it seems like the ones didn't bring us to luck then. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. How did you be like that? Yeah, one thing that has been quite interesting lately is that I don't know why, but specifically the title music, I guess, for the Fire Red and Leaf Green has been stuck on my head. Which I find very strange because I almost never hear it. Don't get me wrong, it's quite a nice title music. It's even called that. But anyways. Just as strange. I guess like some ones that would be making sense to me that I hear like decently often, but not too often, is the ones on the Ultra game and Heart Gold, or I guess Soul Silver more. Because I hear them like decently often. I guess I have been watching people to be doing soft resets though in those games, so maybe that's the reason. It just is quite interesting. Indonesia has been quite some time since like another song that isn't like related to games has been stuck to my head, even though technically every single song could be like that because there is the games that you can be playing your own music but you know that are originally in the games. This is interesting. It's very interesting. Another like weird piece of music that I kind of like is in Pokemon games is that on Black and White Show when Bianca is like showing you around the Poke Center, that music. I don't know why it is the case, but it is an interesting one. It was at the one time it was quite annoying because my game kept crashing, so I needed to be hearing it over and over and over again after picking the starter and everything. But it wasn't too bad. Because apart from that, there's something on it that I quite like. Haven't played that randomizer in a while, but one day for sure, it'll be complete. It is for me one of those things that I really need to be having the mind for doing each. You know, there's some things that you just do, you don't really need to be having the mind to be doing them, but then there is the things that you really need to be having the mind to be doing them. Do be loving to hop in randomly, do some like other things to just, I guess, keep the progress going on. Whatever it shall be either playthrough or grinding something very specific. Because I'm grinding money on one game, but there is a way to like be getting money by doing certain things, but then I just like decided that, you know, on the next like one that I will be getting money on, I'll reset the game and see if it is every time the case. It was the case that it was not like every time the same case, which is weird because I purchased the things and then there was the chance to be getting money, and I did like save after I purchased them, which is like strange, but I mean, I don't mind it. It's a little strange. It's quite interesting. The only like annoying part about like trying to be getting money in that game is because of course you need to, you know, kind of open them all, and you can't be like opening everything at once because it will be way too easy that way. That was honestly another reason why I was like thinking that you know what, I don't care. That I'll be doing it this way, because like it's just like it's gonna be so much work to be getting everything. But yeah, in that game you don't need any money, by the way, to even be getting more into the story. At least not that much. There's few things that you need money for, but they are easy to be getting. I'm just more of like just collecting everything. There's some mini games in that game that you can be doing to be getting money, but at the same time, like, after a while, you know, the same mini game playing over and over again is gonna be getting boring. And at least they were somewhat easy. So that's sad. It is though one of those, like, in my opinion, nice games that it's a DS game, so you can be like challenging your friends to the mini games it has, which is pretty nice. I quite like that. I mean, even though I will not be using it, but you know, at least have it as a opportunity is nice. That's what I kind of miss from some of the older games indie, that there seem to be so many more like mini games that you could be doing with friends. In like this a single player game, the story part of each, so that's nice. I mean, of course I don't mind that, you know, multiplayer games are multiplayer games. You know, it's kind of a shame that most of the like single player games, they are not gonna be having any like multiplayer features. And the good thing about those ones are as well that they are forced to be like local, so it's not that bad. It's not like an online only thing, which is very nice. Very nice. And then oh yeah, then there's like the weird Pokemon mini games that are kind of not even playable. I mean, they are, but you know, definitely not for everyone because they require a link cable and you to be connecting to another game, which is a shame that they are, you know, another thing. Really. What am? Hey Doobie, what it Doobie? But yeah, I don't know what has been for me like lately the thing that I like really started to like appreciate all the like handheld like multiplayer games. And as I said, it's so great that they still work nowadays because so many of them are just requiring a local connection. So that's nice. And specifically a one that doesn't also require a cable or something else. It's very nice. I mean, of course, like there's some that you can be enjoying with the Switch emulators. There's some like Kirby games, for example. It would be quite nice indeed. And another thing that we have been playing quite a good amount lately has been like Mario Party games. And it's so unfortunate that most of them are like either they are too like long or they are like way too short. Because in my opinion, every Mario Party game that is like with like move with the card or whatever that you like move as one, like basically, in my opinion, those are very short. And it's kind of a shame how short they are. And like there is like in those games as well, it's like so unlikely that you would actually be playing any mini games. It's usually just pause battles, which is a shame because I'm so used to like having like mini games like all the time. It just would be very nice if we would be having like a nice balance in between those two, because sometimes it is the case that the like when you have like an actual board and you move on your own, they first of all are quite luck based, and the second thing is that they can be lengthy. Of course you can be modifying things, but yeah, still it do be quite interesting. Oh. It do be though quite frustrating sometimes, if you ask me, that in party games specifically, the AI is usually too smart. Which kind of like makes sometimes like the game to be just a painful experience. I don't understand, like in like every other game then like kind of useless even. But then in the party games, they're like destroying everything. Because it's very weird because sometimes even on the easy difficulty they are like ridiculously overpowered. And then you're like, how am I supposed to be winning these? But yeah, it is something else for sure. It do be. I guess they like partying then been practicing a lot. But I will say though one thing about NPCs in party games, they're definitely not as bad as they used to be on the difficulty. I mean, so many things over the years have become easier and easier. But yeah, they're not that bad. They're still a little painful, but I mean, I guess can be actual players as well. So, you know, fair enough. It's a different story though, because, you know, it's AI or computer, whatever thing it's called usually. But, you know, it knows what the game does, basically, before you can even, like, see things. You know, fair. Fair things. The very rare fair things indeed. Okay, nothing. Just thought that my sounds... They got quieter. But I needed to be making them first quieter and then back louder again. Strange. But sure. But yeah. Oh, nice. On Dynamax Adventures or somewhere else. Yeah. Notice that they are in there. Got another non-legendary one. I know how it feels. But if you follow my luck, you will be finding then legendary next phase. Because it did take me 6 phases to be finding, or after the 6th one I did find the Veltal on Dynamax Adventures. Ooh. Trade simulator. I'm assuming that you're just doing it to waste time. Are the trades nowadays how quickly in Sword and Shield? Yeah. That's definitely an easy thing to do while you're doing something else. Is it random trading or is it like link trading? Yeah, they aren't. Okay. There surely is quite a good amount of ways. Yeah, I mean, it is probably like depending on where you try to be getting them from. I know some places want to be charging for things anyways. Someone's gonna be buying things. Yeah. And I don't know how popular they are nowadays in Scarlet and Violet because the item printer is a thing. I mean, surely they're still gonna be used, but like, I don't know how much. Yeah, but I think there's always gonna be people asking to be getting shiny charms slash decks to be completed. Because there's always gonna be, in quotes, there's always gonna be new players. PDSP, I will still say that I don't really know why would you be getting dex completion in there, but each to their own. Because if you really want, you can be seeing every Pokemon in one copy of the game quite easily. Shiny Charm in PDSP doesn't even work on anything. But eggs, and I will say that that is quite useless. To be getting Shiny Charm for that. I will still say though that I don't personally care that the Shiny Charm doesn't work on PDSP the usual way. But then again, I'm just kind of like questioning why it's even in the game if it only works on eggs. But yeah, the way that I did get my national decks to be completed in PDSP in order to be getting the national decks to be getting the decks completed for that was the last ones that I needed to be trading that were like the Lake Guardians and like few other random Pokemons that I just haven't been seeing. I could just transfer them, thankfully, from Legends Arceus, which is very nice. Jeez. It's probably gonna be taking a while to be getting that many. But I'm assuming that it's guaranteed to be always holding a master ball since the way that you're doing each. Yeah. But I mean, it's still gonna be taking a while because you can't be trading multiple Pokemons at once. As cool as it would be. I mean, I guess there is a Dream Ball that is like far from like Master Ball that is like kind of close to being purple. It's more on the pink side, but it is unfortunately one of the closest ones. They are. Dusk Balls could be though purple if you would be using spray paint. My favorite item in Pokemon. Spray paint. Dream Ball is nice. But yeah, I'm definitely on the same boat with you that we need more purple master balls or purple Pokeballs. It's just this annoying still. Definitely one of those ones that don't really have too many colors. Yeah, more blue Pokeballs. I will say that I don't honestly understand why blue. Why? Why with the blue? Like, if nothing else, like Rem, like having like a ridiculous amount of like, if we would be having like ridiculous amount of like all red Pokeballs, because you know the regular Pokeball is red. As I said, like plenty of times, there is two colors for Pokeballs that I don't understand why we don't have more of, and it's orange and purple. Like everything else is at least like a decent amount of options. There's few green options. Green Pokeballs, they usually are covered with something else though as well. But at least they're still like mostly green. Yeah, it does. And there's like weird ones like um I will say that netball is like a strange one that depending on the game, is it more of a blue one or is it more of a green one? Yeah, unfortunately it's only available on a certain amount of Pokeballs depending on the game. Yeah, then like there's indeed like yellow is so like in my opinion like a weird like Pokeball color. Because there is the thing that yellow is usually paired with like black. But there's still like decent amount of yellow in some of the Pokeballs. There we go. You know what we could be doing again though? Just make every Pokeball to be having no color and you know every Pokemon would be fitting the same for every single Pokemon. It's at the same time the most fitting one, but also also not. Yeah, it's quite nice that the NPCs or some of the NPCs are having more of a fitting Pokeballs. Or like if it's not fitting for the Pokemon, it's fitting for like what leader it is or otherwise to the personality. I think one thing would be cooler to be seeing in more Pokemon games is to be seeing the trading between the games. And not like you need to be putting it to home first. I think that should be done more. Like of course, like if it's the problem that like certain moves don't work on the Pokemon, then you know just remove them. Or like once you transfer it to the game. Imagine how fun it would be able to trade between two games. Yeah, you would never be trading. I will say that I personally hate, by the way, speaking of trading, that I absolutely hate trading to be getting Pokédex done. Because it's just, you need to be doing it so many times. Yeah, mass trades would be very nice. Because for that, then I would be understanding like trading to be getting Pokédex completed. But yeah, sometimes people are like asking for to be trading like 100 or so Pokemons in order to be getting the decks done. And I'm like, oh, jeez, no. I don't want to be here for the next 4 hours. I don't know, I just personally would be... The way that I personally will be doing like dex completion is to just be catching everything that I can and then maybe evolve them if I need to. And then, you know, do the bare minimum with trading. Because I just don't like trading myself. I rather not. As I said, like 1 or 2 things is fine, but like, yeah, hundreds sometimes. Yeah. It is rewarding to be getting the decks done. I mean, if you want the shiny charm, that is. If you don't care about it, then, you know. You don't care. But yeah, I will say that in my opinion, especially in newer Pokemon games, I don't really understand like why people are saying that it's such a like big deal to be getting the shiny charm. Because it's not like you need every single Pokemon anymore. You only need the 400 or so in your decks in most games. So I don't think it's that bad. Yeah. Like, even though, like, the very first time that I did complete Pokédex in my original Shield file, I just, like, didn't rush through it. I first played through the game and then started to think about it. Do I want to be completing the Dex or not? I mean, as I said, the way that I would personally be doing it is just to be capturing everything that I can in the wild. Then the possible eggs, and then evolving and trading. Like, it's actually like not that bad. It's not like you need to be having like a previous game in order to be getting the shiny charm. Because the Pokemons aren't available in the game. I will say though that some of those like transferring into a newer Pokemon game minigames seem interesting. But at the same time I'm kind of glad that they are not a thing anymore. Yeah, because it could be definitely transferring Pokemon between the first two generations and the third one. Yeah. It's a cool little thing, it's just like... when you're a kid, you don't probably like think about it too much and don't really realize that if you transfer them up, there is no going back anymore. I mean, in Switch games there is nowadays, but it's only in Switch games, and there is one that is not even included in that. On most of them. But yeah, it's pretty interesting indeed. And yeah, it was in my opinion kind of a shame that it was indeed, in order to be getting the early Pokédex completions, you would need to indeed be transferring the Pokémons from one game to another. And you know, usually it means that in the original game you can't be using them anymore. And it's like, but why? Yeah. That is sometimes why I don't understand people like straight away transferring some shinies to the newer like generations. Like, why not to at least like do something with it in the original game if there's something to do. But yeah, it is quite hilarious to see like right now indeed, because 3DS shutting down, people be asking for like trading to be getting the charm. They need like certain legendaries, whatnot. And there's like a huge list of them. And it's like, jeez. Only like every single legendary there ever have been. Exactly. Or just don't get the charm. Easy. But yeah, I will still say that it is indeed very nice that you don't need to be getting every single Pokemon that there ever have been in order to be getting the charm. I mean, usually it's like not like including mythicals anyways, but still. Which is honestly quite nice that mythicals aren't required, because they are usually quite limited. Pokemon Go. It is definitely one of the easiest ways to be getting like some Pokemon, definitely. Unfortunately, in that game, there is the annoying thing of regionals. But apart from that, it's not that bad. Thankfully, during some events, it's available to be getting them anywhere in the world, which is quite nice. Imagine going into places just to be playing a silly game. Yeah, I definitely can see why it is very useful for home decks. And I think like Pokemon Go is gonna be even better once, you know, 3DS to Switch, like transfers are gonna be gone. Because it is quite literally the only way to be getting things. I mean, is there still gonna be some that are gonna be missing? Yes, but it is still the way to be getting some of them. In my opinion, there is one mythical that I would be wishing to be available more, and it's Magierna. I don't know what it is about Magierna, but I would like to be... I would like to be seeing it more. Yeah, just wait for the remakes, yeah, in the next, like, 20 years. In the next 20 years, you can be finding a shiny Magierna. No, I think once it's... Honestly, I think Magierna is gonna be shiny when we get to the Alola Tor thingamathing on Pokemon Go. Or it's gonna be Marshadow, either of the two. Yeah, I kind of hope it's Marshadow too. Honestly, I think that they both might be a thing. One is gonna be like paid, like Chirachi. That is gonna be shiny, and the other one is gonna be... the other one will be like just like do certain things. Like the Shaman was, for example. Yeah. It is kind of sad that Magierna is kind of like only home thing. But yeah, does the regular Magierna even have a shiny? Because at one point it didn't have a shiny. It only has still like the Pokeball form did have a shiny. Yeah. Oh, so it has gotten a shiny form then. Because I remember that people were very upset that it didn't have a shiny form. Or it was like basically just the same thing. But all still makes more, like, quite a good amount of sense. Yeah, the Pokeball one indeed is like that. Yeah, but it is always interesting when, like, shiny logged Pokemon still have, like, shinies. Like, I mean, obviously they're gonna be at some point, you know, a thing. But at the same time, like, why not to be just, like, keeping it a secret and not, like, put it in the game data? Kind of a thing. Yeah. Well, then again, I guess it's like, in quotes, a way to be knowing. It's good to be knowing if the dudes are cheating, if, like, they put the shiny into the game and if people have it before they are supposed to. Yeah. You need to be playing the game. Indeed, to be getting the shiny color words. I will say, as cool as they are kind of underwhelming. Like, it's cool that it's a reference to the originals, but at the same time, like, it could have been something else. Are you sure about? There is no way that that's the case. Could never be the case. Yeah, especially me because I have never even purchased any of them. Yeah. Oh, speaking of that, oh god, how I sometimes find it hilarious when people are like purchasing, you know, Pokemon cards and then they're like looking like under the shelves to be finding them. Oh gosh. I mean, I'm not saying that you might not be. I mean, you might be finding them, but I will also say that is it healthy? Yeah. But I will still say that for Pokemon trading cards, they go for ridiculous amount of money. Sometimes. Too broke to be unable to buy the cards. Indeed. No, I'm just personally not interested in buying Pokemon cards. And also, like, every single time like a new set comes in here, like every story is like empty of them for like few weeks. Yeah. It is always though gonna be the case when like a popular person does something, whatever it is gonna become popular even for a little while. Yeah. I don't know if one place still like hosts in here like the tournaments or not. There isn't too many places that do them. Especially since, you know, there was some changes to the rules or whatever. So hard to be seeing them. Because I know like one like game store at least used to be having each. Don't know how popular it is nowadays. Yeah. Huh? What do you mean by that? Oh, okay. Yeah. Is it both or is it only one? Probably both. Oh, it's just one. Okay. Exactly. And then again, I guess it makes sense, especially if you have a bunch of kids that, you know, one would be staying home with them. Exactly. And it needs to be a shiny hunting tournament. People hunting for 10 hours, no one finds anything. And that's it. uh... Yeah, the shiny you find is a trophy. uh... It would be honestly quite silly if there would be a shiny hunting tournament. Because like what you would be getting from it, because like technically you're already getting the reward because you're getting a shiny. What would be I think that it will be getting. The prize for winning a shiny hunting tournament is that you will be getting extra shiny luck for the next 5 minutes that you win it. They probably would be. If that would be allowed, of course. But of course, yeah, not having access to the RNG programs. This is actually quite a good amount of programs that you need sometimes to be doing RNG manipulation. But yeah. Imagine Ewing. Imagine knowing how to use RNG manipulation tools. I mean, if you're using RNG manipulation, it's not always modifying the game. It isn't. But you would really need to be using like external programs indeed to be able to set up things. And it wouldn't be specifically modifying about the game files. You might be restarting the game like 1,000 times to be getting correct things in the file, but it's not technically modifying the game files. Just restarting until you get the specific like ID. But I will say though, if there would be like a shiny hunting tournament, I think the best way to be doing like RNG manipulation and not getting caught is doing something like legendary resets. Because, you know, then it makes sense when you're restarting your game. Also, can we make one thing in Pokemon games to be a norm? And it's the mass release feature. I know you can do it through home. But you know, it's only 100 at a time, I guess. And you know, why? Why not be having it in the games? Yeah, you can turn it to home, but why not be having it in the games? What does Hishui have that the other places don't have that we couldn't be having this release feature? And I will say that at least it's an option in Pokemon Go, it's nice. Especially in there it's nice because you have only limited amount of space. So it can be just mis-releasing everything at once. Why? Why are people flexing their Hall of Fame team? In what game? Oh yeah, yeah, it definitely was available in Pokemon Silver. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you could be getting a shiny Deoxys. It's not impossible. It's just not really available in human games. Just shiny. An actual time travel, indeed. As I said, I will be doing it at some point. Don't know specifically when, but someday. Imagine being normal. What is that? Imagine that. Jeez. I mean, Orgibon is quite a cool Pokemon, but yeah. That's quite a good amount of money. It is kind of ridiculous, the prices, sometimes. For some, you understand, like, the price, like, for the life-size ones. You know that they are expensive. Yeah. Definitely. What friends? You have friends? Impossible. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. But yeah, as I was about to be saying that I understand the prices like for the life-sized ones, but yeah. It is the problem that, you know, it's Pokemon, there is gonna be a price tag because it's Pokemon. Just do it yourself and you will be saving money, but not time. Yeah. I can like kind of see for like in quotes small Pokemons, but like some of the like bigger Pokemons. I think Lucario is one of the ones that is like ridiculously expensive. Life-size one. Nice. Does it actually have the gender difference on the plushie? Like, can you be buying like... Jeez. Yeah, I thought so. They usually the merchandise is... Oh, it's all on the female. Usually it's the default one, which is usually male. That's interesting. Don't have the battle marks. But I guess for like Gibble and or the Gibble line, it makes more sense to be having the female one because it's less dangerous. That's interesting. Because as I said, it usually is the male one. Like if you look at the ones before the gender differences, it was usually always the male one that was the one that said like male, and then like they added the female one. For example, I think Meganium is one of those ones that I'm pretty sure that it has quite long the antennas, and then, you know, female gets the shorter ones that were added in Generation 4. Yeah, but as I said, for Garchomp it kind of makes sense for Garchomp to be female, as I said, because it's less dangerous. There doesn't need to be like a sharp corner somewhere. But then again, does it really matter? Not really. Of course they can. Yeah. I don't know then. What is the thing with Garchomp? But as I said, does it really matter? Not really. You can make it yourself, it's a DIY project. uh... Oh. Was Cynthia's Garchomp female? Because if that's the case, I think that's the reason why they're all female. Yeah. So yeah, I guess that like is the most logical explanation why they're all female. Yeah. I will say though that I'm kind of glad that the Megas didn't really get any gender differences. Because it would have been quite silly. They're already like looking interesting. Hello. Arthur, how are you doing? Was it a rough day today then? At work? Yeah, I think the Garchomp line to be female is probably because of Cynthia's being female. Like that is very logical explanation. Yeah, 7 AI can be quite rough. Yeah. I'll hope your day gets better then. Thanks for the luck, Layla. Doing more best today, are you? It's a very good way to be saying that sentence. Words. But yeah, for me it was like the school that I did just graduate like 2 months ago or so. That you can do the work thing like when it's, you know, summertime. It's like the recommended thing. You can be doing it at the end where it's like there is time to be doing that. And then of course there's the option that you're doing both working and studying at the same time. Because we need to be having at least half a year of experience in the field in order to be able to graduate. Yeah, it is an interesting case than the card shop line. I am a coder slash a programmer. Doing websites or games. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, anything that you're interested in yourself is, I think, always a thing that is nice to be doing. I'm kind of thinking that, I don't know why, but lately I've been interested in more on the fixing slash building computers. I'm not completely sure what I will be doing. I'm interested in both though, that's the thing. We shall see. Yeah, I will say that from my experience, aka being a student that needs to be watching other students doing things, that you kind of have to have the brain for programming. Because there was like few people that just either they were not willing to learn or just it just went over their head. And it was annoying because I know so much and know how to do things. And then trying to be helping them in the way that they understand things. And also, I don't know why. But for whatever reason, like everyone, or almost everyone was like just trying to do the things themselves and never like did Google anything. So, like, yeah, of course you're gonna be struggling if you're not even trying to be Googling help. Yeah. And one thing I will say that because there was a good amount of group projects, because of course, that I never understood why like some people didn't want to reuse like things from older projects, like things that are like in this situation working the same exact way. Because I will say that if I can be copy and pasting a thing that I already have done, I will be doing it. I don't want to be trying it again. Yeah. Python is an interesting language, that's for sure. I will say that for what I needed to use it in school for, it wasn't really my thing. But it again could be the thing that just the things that we did in school. Because of course there's gonna be only like limited things that we can be doing. Because teachers, they need to be able to like grade everyone the same way. No. Yeah. Linux is an interesting one. It do be really depending on what you'll be using though. But yeah, I've been using quite a bit of it as well. But yeah, I will say that as like an actual program, like actual system that I want to be using every day, I will be using Windows for sure. Because the unfortunate thing is that not everything is available on Linux. And or it's hard just to be getting it done, but it is good for like if you want to be making a server for something. It's a lot better for that. And that was like basically what we mainly did use it for, was to be using it for servers. I don't remember what we used mostly. Also, like a very weird version that I have never heard of before that point. But it was working somewhat. We were using it mostly through virtual machines, so the unfortunate part was that when it broke, you kind of needed to be starting over because for whatever reason, that is just how the school's virtual machines worked. And it was very annoying. I like started maybe 3 at one point. Because either things just for whatever reason didn't like download there correctly. Or just I accidentally at one point like did do one like line of text wrong. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know why, but I just think that there's a lot of things that I actually would be enjoying to be using that I learned from school if it wouldn't be for the whatever we did for the school. Because there was 2 ways that all the like whatever we needed to be doing for school were. They were either way too simple so you wouldn't be learning anything, or they are like so frustratingly difficult that you can barely be getting it working. And for some there was like step-by-step guides how to do them that was provided by the teachers. And for some it's like, good luck trying to be finding anything on the internet. Thanks. But yeah, it is. It is what it is. Yeah. But yeah, for me, like, most of the things weren't too bad because I knew how to Google things. And I will still say for programming, it's the thing that you need to be knowing English. Because it's so hard to be trying to be finding information for any other language. Especially Finnish, because there's just isn't really anything. And for me, it is very hard to be using the Finnish terms for things. I just prefer English so much. I honestly will say that I personally enjoyed in that school the classes that did like actually learn, like do everything in English better. Because they was just nicer, I didn't need to be thinking whatever is the Finnish word for things. Yeah. And also the thing is as well, because if you write everything in the code in English, then whoever is gonna be doing something with it after you is more likely to be understanding it. Like, I will say that even if I would be doing like work for a Finnish company, I would be asking that, could I do this in English, please? Because the thing is, like, what if I would be making a game, write it like everything in Finnish, then I would be selling it to an international company, and you know they won't be able to not fix but like update things on it. Yeah, the language that everyone knows. Yeah, I mean, languages are, in my opinion, very much of a thing that it differs from very much from person to person. Someone will be able to understand every single language straight away, and then someone is not gonna be able to learn anything. Yeah. Because I will say that still I was, like, when I was younger, I did struggle learning languages. Like, because English was the first one that we were taught, like, as a mandatory one. I did learn it quite well, but then whenever we needed to be learning Swedish, yeah, no, thank you. Yeah. There was the option. There was like two like main optional languages, and they were. Is it German, the language? But anyways, that. And that would do, like, that would be starting the year after you started studying English. Yeah. I'm just mixing sometimes the like countries and whatever is the language they speak in there. Because in Finnish, it's the same thing for pretty much every single country and language. But for English, it's not always the case. And I'm like, which is this again? And the other language that we could be starting to be learning, or like there was the main one was France. It's like few like you could be doing like half a year of study for basics for Spanish. And in some places it was not Spanish but Portuguese instead. Yeah. Oh, then there was the funny one Russia was also like a good option, but kind of makes sense based on where we live. But yeah, every language that you need to be like learning new characters to be writing is gonna be a little bit on the harder side. Yeah. Indeed. And even if you don't know slash remember, there is places that you can be searching them online for. I haven't done even Xerneas DAs in few days. Speaking of which, the DA is that I might be able to be on both Saturday and Sunday. Because it seems like the wood cutting thing is next weekend. It's a maybe. Do we even go there or not? Yeah, of course. Just like I'm avoiding to be getting anything for the Mount Lanakila. Because it's fun like that. I want to be hitting 3 times the odds. I don't know why that was picked by the Automod. That was strange. Yeah, probably. Could be. Yeah, it is. It would be nice if the auto mod would understand the context behind it. I can speak English. Because like surely like some things are like mean to be saying to people, but in certain like ways that you're saying it, it's not that bad. It is possible. Oh yeah, speaking of like ChatGPT, it's interesting because you know it is like possibility to be like asking questions in Finnish. It isn't too good at it though. Because if you ask the same question in English and then ask the same question in Finnish, the answers vary sometimes ridiculous amounts. Yeah. It's just ridiculous, like let it not be an option then. Because in my opinion it doesn't need to be an option. I mean, I will say that most of the languages will be at some point. And I will say that, in my opinion, that it could be because the way that we're going in right now in here, I don't really think that Finnish would be that necessary. Most of the youth is using English as the main language anyways. Or like use half of the words to be in English ones. And try to be cool by speaking English. I still don't know what an EU accent is, but anyways. It's so many different countries there. Yeah. Everyone speaks the same way in everywhere. You're just hearing them to be different. Europe is my favorite country. No. Hello. You're blocking the entire way again, Mr. Mime. Yeah, exactly. It is kind of stupid though. Of course, like the places that are talked the most, they're gonna be like in everyone's mind about the place. But it is kind of stupid still. I think it's always say like weirdly honestly. Yeah. That is the case for some places. But yeah, speaking of like countries and whatnot, that I never understand why we needed to be learning so many like countries, like where they're located in. I deal with that information so much in my everyday life. It's so stupid, like, yeah, you need to be learning all of these places. Yeah, and I'm gonna definitely be visiting every single one of them. And I need to know them on top of my mind every single day. And I will say that even half of them, like, I think, like, half of them, honestly, that I have learned from school, they don't even exist anymore. Or they have changed somehow. Was very important knowledge. Yeah, exactly. I think it's safer not to be answering the question. And honestly, it wasn't one of the countries that we would be needed to be learning anyways. We barely touched Asia at all. I don't know why. Like, for whatever reason, Africa was more important. Like, I don't understand why that was the case. It was like, I think like both Asia and like South America was one of the ones that we really didn't go through. South America because we just didn't have time. And for Asia, I think it's the same thing. We just spent too much time on the few things that we did learn. And as I said, it's like not even necessary to be able to learn where all the countries are located in. Yeah. But I will still say that one of my least favorite things that I never needed to be learning in school was all the rivers and lakes. It's even like less useful than learning countries in most situations. Like, of course, like I remember all the like big ones, but like, do I need to know where this very small lake is located in? No. That's definitely very important information to be learning. did you know that in every place there is weird people? Yes, everyone is gonna be weird to someone. But yeah, I will say that I myself couldn't be living in a place like Florida for sure. I can't with the environment, and also the weather there is something else. What I'm used to. I mean, not constant high-speed car chases, but occasional, yes, but I think that's normal. And yeah, alligators, yeah, there is so many living in here. But hey, we have even better. We can occasionally be seeing lynx in the wild. Yeah, definitely. Especially at this time of year where it's negative 16 Celsius. They definitely will be able to survive in here. There was actually a news story not too long time ago that, like, someone almost hit an elk. But just barely did miss it. Yeah. But there is indeed like one very weird like sport thing in here. And it's literally that you would be like carrying your wife. I don't know why, but that's apparently a sport in here. It has a very cool name in Finnish, but It doesn't really translate to English too well. It's just basically just you be carrying your wife. I have never watched it myself, but it sounds interesting. Yeah. The fun thing, by the way, you saying that don't get fat ass wives, is that the usual Finnish picture of a like married couple is that the man is very skinny and the wife is very hefty. It's like all the or almost all the like sauna thermals are like that. Like if you want to be googling like sauna like temperature meters, you'll be seeing them there. Yeah, it is. It is a strange one for sure. Uh, yeah. Oh yeah, sunset time. 7 p.m. Oh yeah, and then there is the best like competitive thing ever that can ever be located in here. And it's like basically who is the best at playing air guitar. Only the best in here. Who will be the best in that? Yeah, indeed. Only high-end sports. But wasn't every sport at one point though? Someone just made up shit and they were the best at it at one point. And the only reason to be creating it. Exactly. I mean, then again, there is quite a good amount of people that just started to be doing speedruns to be getting the world records for them. So, kind of the same situation. I mean, of course, like, someone needs to be creating it, surely, but some people, like, actually do it quite a bit, that they just started to be doing these speedruns to just be getting their world record for it. I think it's in most categories that you need to be having at least 3 people submitting like a time for it to be actually a thing. Like if it's not one of the like basic main categories. I guess every once in a while a YouTube video pops up that I got a world record at this. And then they just start to be making a new one that no one has ever made, so of course they're gonna be getting it. No. I honestly don't want you be getting a speedrun world record. I can't be bothered with it. Just stop aging, the easiest thing to be doing. Yeah. I will say that if I would be ever speedrunning anything, it wouldn't be anything Pokemon related, because in my opinion, all the Pokemon speedruns are boring. And down to too much to luck. No way. Indeed. That's why speedrunners always be resetting 100 times to be getting the ideal mudkip. But I still will say that I like when there is like new games to be added and they like literally have a speedrunning in mind for them. Like they have like in-game like timers and whatnot. Yeah, shiny. Getting a shiny during a speedrun is the worst thing that you could ever be asking for. Wasting time. But yeah, it is interesting for like some games that the run one run will be lasting like for several hundred hours. Like even if you would be playing it optimally, like how? Yeah. I mean, technically you can do that. Just make different categories. Yeah. But I will say for shiny hunting, I think it should be also that you're not hearing anything as well. Make it extra hard. Indeed. Oh, jeez. No, not Pokemon Go. But yeah, I will say that I still find it like so stupid why Pokemon Go was like playing for people's stupidity in the beginning. Like the app literally had warnings. So yeah. Should have seen that coming. But yeah, for speedrunning, it's always like quite interesting to hear how the not really run categories are going. Because there's like some categories that you just don't do anything for like 17 hours of the run. But you do that in order to be skipping one item. It's insane. Like the lowest percent runs, they are like insane sometimes. It's just like doing like something ridiculous in order to be skipping things. Which is like practically wasting time. But, you know, you did skip an item, but then you're like better than the one that is faster but did have the one extra item that you skipped. Are you talking about the main one or the one that includes the DLCs? Because there was quite a good amount of categories. It's the ones that allow it and the ones that don't. I wonder how easy like Minecraft's like all achievement runs would be if there would be like somehow a way to be like making it rain, like some sort of item would be added. Because rain is like the biggest factor in those runs. Or specifically a thunderstorm. Because jeez are those runs insane, like anyways. we go. Hydration is good. Yeah. Have a great eating then. Have a great rest of the day if you don't come back. Nah, Mount Lanakila is not gonna be giving me a single thing. And as I said, as soon as something shows up there, I'm done. Be hunting Absol if necessary in other games. I have a feeling that I will be encountering the Snowrun soon. Oh, Capcho. At least you're easy to be avoiding. They're not as big as the other ones. Or just a small little guy. Are you done with your trading already? Or are you still going strong with that? Yeah. But I don't know, like, at what point were you when you were mentioning it to me? Yeah, indeed the animation is oof. And it's honestly quite a boring looking one. It's a little bit nicer in Scarlet and Violet. At least you see something different. Oh, jeez. And what, it has been like 3 hours, has it? Or something like that? Yeah. Why do we rushing with that? You can't really be rushing with it, honestly. Yeah, at least it's a nice break from that. Is there some sort of like cooldown between the trades? Or is it straight away ready for our next one? Yeah, why would you need to be having a mean Shao? It's not like it has wide guard. But Sneasel has like, what, triple axle or something like that. It's a nice move. Frostmoth is definitely a Pokemon. And then of course when you're Frostmoth you have to be spamming Hurricane, right? There is no other way to be doing anything. Yeah. Then you can be using super effective Weather Ball. How nice would there be that there would be a chatting system sometimes? Yeah, imagine that using a super effective move couldn't be possible. But I guess in a way Frostmoth is also like quite hard to be going for sometimes, because if you don't have another ice type that could be setting up the weather. Yeah. If it can be used in the weather ball. Yeah. It's nice taking a break from each question mark. Is there, by the way, a way to be getting it to be showing on the 10% form? Or whatever it's the small form? No, in general. Like, can you be swapping it to the 10% form? Like, after you, like, want to be using it in battles? For whatever reason. As I will say that the Zygarde is interesting Pokemon in that it has 3 different, or technically 4 different forms. It can be having. Unique Pokemon in that for sure. Is it a little unfortunate that it's only in one game there was a cool collection thing for it? Kind of. At least the collection thing wasn't completely like removed in the Ultra games though. And be able to get the chosen Pokemon with them, which is pretty decent. Is it a little unfortunate that like the last like collectible thing is available only at the battle tower thingy? Battle tree is in that game, I guess. So no pretty late. But yeah, it is kind of hilarious though that I like the collection part for both the the first Spiritual in Legends Arceus. I didn't mind that, it's a cool little thing. Pretty easy to be seeing and stuff. Then I don't mind like the collection for either the stickers or the Zygarde shells in the Alola games. But then I like just absolutely dislike the sword things in Scarlet and Violet. I don't know why, I just don't like them at all. Like I understand like the reasoning behind them, but at the same time it's just an annoying task. And it's like the annoying thing is, I guess, that all of them are the same thing. Like there isn't like anything unique apart from like the color being different. Maybe like some of them could have been like different items, not just words. But yeah, I don't know why. It's just something boring about them. You know, I'd rather not with them. Well, I will say that those are definitely potential to be getting like even cooler like backstory to be told. There already is a decent amount, but it's definitely quite a good amount of potential. Because unfortunately, they're in Scarlet and Violet for the case is that it's either very well explained where do the legendaries come from, why they are there, or they literally have nothing. Apart from the ones that are in the ruins. And I will still say that how do they fit in those? But anyways. But yeah. Maybe one day we'll be getting explanation for like a deeper explanation and story behind them. Because I quite like all the DLCs, like those legendaries and their explanations. But then there is the box art legendaries that... yeah, they're there. They just are there from... they are there, don't question it. You know, just the usual thing, nothing out of the ordinary at all. I guess kind of the only like interesting thing that like you know from the game is that basically they are either from the future or from the past. And even though as much as I would like to be seeing them in their original timeline, I doubt it. I will be able to seeing it. Or the other thing is that we might be able to see them, but it's only gonna be like in a cutscene. And then it's for me basically the same, not to be seeing where they come from. I guess I'm really trying to think of other like Scarlet and Violet legendaries that, well, there isn't too many of them. in the first place. Yeah, because I mean, maybe there could be more things about Terabagos. It's like the only one that I can think of that could be having something else. At the same time, I don't really feel like it needs to. But there could be more things. I guess like Petron, it just wanted to be, I guess, helpful, you could say. And then needed some help in order to be getting those masks. So there goes the loyal tree there. Orgapon came from somewhere as well. And then it was indeed attacked by the loyal tree and the Petronch. And got the blame for that. Maybe there could be a little bit more about the loyal tree's background. It technically could be because, I don't know, I could kind of see it coming that all the loyal tree Pokemon, they are like regular Pokemon, but those specific ones are like special. I could kind of see it to be a thing. But it's interesting that every single legendary or a special Pokemon in Kitakami isn't even from there. Literally no one is. It's quite an interesting thing. But then again, now that I think about it, could the Miraidon and Koraidon, could they be like some part of the Unovan original dragon? Like somehow? It would be silly, but maybe? You never know. You never know what they are gonna be pulling to be the truth. You never know that. Can always be something very strange. Can I get you next 100 before it becomes nighttime? It's gonna be cutting it quite close, so I would maybe be getting almost 25 in the next 8 minutes or so. It doesn't sound that bad, but you never know. You never know when Mount Lanakila decides that you need to be running there for 5 minutes to be getting one encounter. You never know when that's gonna be the case. And of course, game can always be mean and giving me a shiny, and then I can't be hitting that then. Very mean. How dare Sid be giving me shinies? Oh, how dare you? There goes the Absol. Because I was accidentally in the battle menu. It's been a while since I've been accidentally attacking anything in there. Yes, indeed. Oh yeah, I did yesterday see someone catching every Pokemon that Ash owns in Scarlet and Violet as shinies. And, you know, be facing for a roaring moon. Imagine that. Imagine facing on a roaring moon. It is so hilarious though, like when it happens the other way around, that you're actually looking for something like fairly common and you like face on the rare one and then it's like, huh? How did this happen? Hello, Stone Turner. You've been decently showing up today, that's for sure. And unfortunately, I don't think that I can be making it to the next 100 before the sunset chime hits. What a shame. So it's gonna be the weird background. No, it's not yet. Soon. Weird background between like the sunset and the night chime one. Might not be able to even see Gitu. And there we go, it's now night chime. It's always a little annoying to me that it switches clock, like if you will be having the automatic one. It's slightly like ahead. It's by like few seconds. Because I at least will be using automatic ones on every single device that I own that I can be having it on. Because I just like it. Don't really need to be carrying myself because the thing does it for me. It's especially useful when there is the change to either winter or summertime. Or daylight saving time. It's another way to be saying it. Which still for me sounds kind of stupid. Where are you saving the... Where are you saving the time for? But yeah, I remember when like I was still living with my parents. That and my dad had always the issue that he needed to be like staying up until the moment that either moving forwards or backwards in time, in quotes. And I never really understood why, because like it's not that big of a deal. Like either like do it before you go to bed or do it after you wake up, because you know when it's gonna be happening, so you can be setting up your alarm clock in that way that it's gonna be correct no matter what. So yeah, I never really understood it. Was a little bit strange in my opinion, but each to their own. But yeah, nowadays we just move them forward beforehand. Because why not? Or backwards, wherever it needs to be going. We're just gonna be moving it beforehand because we don't care. Because the change happens in the middle of the night. Does it really matter that much? Especially nowadays, since there is so many 24/7 stores opened. But yeah, it's interesting. Could you stop showing up so much above the snow? Thank you. Again, I have the same in quotes issue like I did have yesterday. The encounters just feel fast. I mean, this time at least it's not like I'm that much of a head that I usually am. I'm like pretty much at the time that I should be at these numbers. It's interesting. Very interesting how it happens. Oh yeah. Another like new thing that I did, which tried a few days ago, was a soup that the like the it was a fish soup that the fish has been like we call it cold smoking. It is hot smoking, and then there's like cold smoking, like a new like method that they are prepared. Was pretty decent. I will say that I personally like the fish separately more than in the soup. It's just, I guess I'm used to eating the fish like on its own instead of in the soup. That it's just this strange in that. It was on a little bit on the pricey side, but it is a better brand in that. But I will say that it's one of the first like ready fish soups that I like. I don't eat soup too often though, for the reason that for two people it's annoying to be making soup sometimes. Don't want to be making too much. too bad. It could be again like one of those things that I did have like way too much when I was a kid, because I don't know why, but especially my mom really liked soups. Like she wanted to be having them like almost every day. I mean, I get it, and I will say that nowadays I will be, or we will be like eating soups quite often during summer times, because it's a very good way to be getting bunch of like water into the system, and also be getting like keeping everything in a nice balance in the hot weather. The only unfortunate part about it is that soup is always an annoying food, in that the last few like scoops are the only good ones, because before that it's too hot, and when you get the bottom of that, then it's like perfect. What do you? I will still say though that it's soup that I don't really want to be eating anymore, because oh god, that did make me very sick in school, is like basically just mashing a bunch of different vegetables together, kind of making it a puree, but it's still considered to be a soup. Uh, they were so awful all the time in school. There was like way too many flavors going on that it didn't taste like anything. It was... Sometimes there was a version that there was cheese on it as well. But that was honestly even worse. Because the cheese just didn't taste good. And the thing was that sometimes they were on like back-to-back days on, you know, school to be eating. So you knew that, you know, what was used as a base. I would just so hope that schools would be smart enough that if like something doesn't like in quotes sell well in the lunch, that they would just, you know, stop like ordering each. I know for that school that I did went to, it wasn't an option because they did get like the food from the same place as like a retirement house. And that was the reason why like everything was planned and boring. So yeah, it did just have the same things in both places. Which is, you know, fair enough. I will say that I didn't realize it before I actually worked at my mom's at a time job, because I was required on the 7th grade to be going for a day or two for the parents' job place. And at the time there wasn't even an option that there is nowadays, that you would be working in the school cafeteria instead. If you couldn't be going to neither of your parents' workplace, then, you know, find someone else then. I think it's nowadays like you have to be going to the school cafeteria, at least in some schools. Which is honestly a lot better, because at least it's gonna be somewhat of a safe environment to be in. Because, for example, I didn't really have an option where I would be going in for those days. I don't remember, was it a day or two? I think it was only one day, but anyways. But yeah, because my dad still works in like in a place that you're literally like turning trains around. And like it's even like said that you can't be bringing your kids there, like no matter what. And my mom did work as or in the retirement house that indeed was the same place that we did get our school food in. Yeah, because now that I think about it, I think why I'm mixing it up, was it 1 or 2 days, is because my younger brother needed to be working in a school cafeteria for 2 days. Because it can't be like a week, because unfortunately there isn't enough time. Isn't enough days in a school year for everyone to be there for 2 days or more than 2 days. And I will say that it is kind of unnecessary. Like, it's better for the 8th grade and 9th grade ones, because it's, I think, 2 weeks. At least on the 9th grade it was 2 weeks. You know, in that time you can actually be getting things done and getting used to the work environment. Unlike in a day. But yeah. Was quite an experience for sure. I think they're still, yeah, they are still necessary. It's just, especially nowadays, because you have to be in school in here until you're 18, pretty much. That I don't think it should be that necessary, because on the next school, at least if you would be picking like one of the options, you have to be in like in a workplace again every year for it really depended. On the last year it was a month and a half, or was it even 2 months? I think it was the case also in the no, it was shorter on the 2nd year. Always be depending on though how long your time there is. Is it 2.5? all the way up to I think 5 years. The 5-year ones are very uncommon though. It was like the usual max was 3.5, and the usual was 3 years. But yeah. It is, I guess, nice to be learning how to work in such a young age, but at the same time... As I said, I didn't really learn anything from them. Even though that was like the literal reason that you would be learning something from it. I never did learn anything. Because it's just... every like workplace, like it works so differently. Like sure is the like basic things that are the same everywhere, but at the end of the day, like every place is so different from one another. And at least on our school it was a rule from that you can't be working on the same place on the 8th grade and the 9th grade. You needed to be switching. So even if you would be having like a place that you would like to be working on, or you already work on there, you have to be switching it. I didn't really have that kind of place because on the 8th grade I was on my like older school. I was there helping a teacher out, and on the 9th grade I was in a grocery store. But yeah, I don't know how much things have changed though, because... and of course, as I said, places do be working differently. So I don't know, like, is it like school, like, makes you be working in a specific place nowadays every year? Or do you still be getting to be, in quotes, applying to the job? It is technically the same thing that as you would be doing as an adult, but at the same time not really. At least for me it was just a case that I'm just asking, hey, can I be working in here for like few weeks at this time period? And that was it. But yeah, I remember that there was like few kids that they'd want to be working in specific places, but then it was from school an automatic no because too dangerous. And then they were like absolutely upset about it, and like the school can't literally do anything for that. it's not up to them. So yeah, just keep complaining. It doesn't do anything. But yeah, one thing I will say that I kind of feel bad for the teachers though, and because like all the classes they were like cut in half, like when there was the you know, the time that you need to be going to work. So like the first half would be studying, the second half would be at work. So they needed to be like teaching the same thing twice. Which is, you know, fine. But at the same time, I didn't really get it why they just couldn't be having us all to be at work at the same time. It's not, I mean, I guess like some teachers might not be having anything to be like teaching then. Probably that's like a logical reason, but still, like, why? Oh dear. It was what it was. Still probably for altogether for a school my favorite experience for the for like working somewhere was when I was able to like temporarily make my own company and like working there because I had like few projects that I could be passing as, you know, be doing it. The website that I did talk about like 2 weeks ago at this point, that did like break down completely. It doesn't exist for whatever reason. And then building one computer. So definitely one of my favorite ones for sure. Was pretty nice. And it wasn't like too usual to be able to be making your own company as well, because like it was only like few there was few things that you would need to be able to like cover with that, and that it's that you get enough work and you're, just, you know, goofing around and doing nothing. Was pretty nice. And then of course, like, because it was like your company, I needed to be like getting, customer like what were they feeling feedback thingy. Like, that was another way to make sure that I did do something. Because the website I can like show if would have been asking for it. I can't really be showing the PC though. Because not mine. But yeah, that's pretty cool. But it was kind of a shame that the website that I did do, that it just did completely break. These few things that we think might have been the reason. One being that it has been like more or less 5 years since like I did it, so maybe the free trial ends then, which would be strange. Because there was like no mention of it anywhere. Or they just did decide that let's just empty ones that are not really used, which is also a strange reason. Because the thing was as well that it wasn't updated too long time ago before that point, so it's not like at all used by, the one that is modifying things. What are you? It's just gone. Because once we were able to log into the account, then we knew that it was just not there anymore. But the weird thing is that the website still does exist though. Kind of. It exists as a template. And that's it. But like, she can't be doing anything to the website herself anymore. For some reason. I always the dude appearing when where the Pokemon is. Random encounter. Explanation point. Same thing. Pretty much. Oh, Snom. We need to be having specifically made for Snom, like some sort of like booster device. So I know it can be zooming through everywhere. It definitely needs something like that. Be zooming. See something small go past you and you're questioning what it is, and then it's snow. Living its best life, going fast. At least that would be helping it to be, you know, approaching you faster once you find one in the curry making thing. It wouldn't be taking like a minute or so. You know, very helpful indeed. I imagine Snom just be able to zoom through everywhere. It most likely would be something to do that it would be able to move better in snow, though. You know, mainly found in there. Or close by. It could be, you know, be going very fast downhill even. It's usually in Pokemon games. Snow areas are on top of mountains. Zooming through. Then the issue would be how to be getting back up though. That's a problem for another day. I don't know why, but that just makes me think about if the snow could be indeed be just zooming through downhill. At the end there be a bowling area. Oh. But yeah, unfortunately, we are closing in on the last encounters of the day. Be raiding someone for sure today. But yep. We will be continuing this probably tomorrow then, if nothing changes in the last few encounters. I mean, if would be happening something at least, if nothing else, there probably would be another phase started for Galarian Dharmakam. Because second one is on the way someday for sure. I guess unfortunately the only one of the evolution that I can be finding in the wild is a reset one. If it wouldn't be a reset one, I could be considering be going for it. Let's see then. Nothing today, unfortunately. Going back then tomorrow. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and see you sticking around. Tomorrow will be continuing this indeed. Doing that indeed. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then,